Is it lag for a break or what?
Yeah, we're doing 5 all around.
For lag or split? Winner break.
Yeah, lag for break, alternate break. Also, table 1 is being streamed.
All right, folks, welcome to the 9-ball BCA end of session tournament. This was an Ox in-house division. We have Yi Du versus Marissa Du, a father-daughter combination here. Up for the first match, Yi needs to go to 5, Marissa to 4. I believe they are playing winner break. This is 9-ball. Thank you all for joining us. This is Zach Ross in the booth. Should be a fun little tournament. Due to there only being 13 players total, they will be doing the R5 Fargo hot rate. So a little bit of a handicap here. So Marissa won the lag. Set to break off rack number 1. Pretty strong break. Does not get a look at the 1. Even the cue ball middle table is usually pretty ideal. So I suspect she will be pushing here. So Yi playing safe behind the 6. Play a jump opportunity here for Marissa. The bracket can be found in the description of the video. I will also link it here in the chat. So I think jumping here to sort of make contact with the 1 and possibly sending it below the 4-8. But that's such a controlled jump that it's a little touchy, a little difficult. So maybe just going for contact here. I think Yi might have stepped away momentarily, so Marissa just waiting for him to get back. Gets good contact there and gonna get a little bit lucky right behind the 9. So yeah, good jump attempt there from Marissa. So you can play this a couple ways, either making full contact on the 1 or trying to 2-rail kick it. I just came up a little long. So ball in hand here for Marissa. Six is in a little bit of a tight spot from the 5 to the 6. Looking good so far. She might be able to come up between the 8-9 here. All right, swung it around. Nice friendly bump there. So if the 6 goes by the 7 in the top right, she'll be playing for that. Otherwise, may need to swing it back up table, take the 6 in the right side pocket. Yeah, so I suspect the 6 does go by. A little bit of stun here. Should get good position for the 7. Yeah, went for the bank, but caught it a little thin and took a little bit of speed off of it, so the cue ball ran a little bit wider than anticipated. So Yi coming in to clean up the last 3 here, but he misses the 8. Oh no. Maybe rushed it just a little bit. Marissa here with ball in hand. Oh, she's just gonna shoot it from here. I don't think the 8 moved, but gonna overrun this one just a little bit. All right, now the question is, you take the back cut into the corner, which I think she's looking at. So be careful about the side pocket. Yeah, unfortunately caught that one just a little thick. All right, so Yi up 1-0. Not quite sure yet if they're playing alternate break, but we will probably know by rack number 3. So Marissa broke rack number 1. Yi with a very solid break here. 1, 2, and 3 are looking pretty good. The window for the 4 is a little tight. Yeah, it was a good job of breaking the 4 out, but Ford unfortunately missing the pot there. So, good opportunity for Marissa. Just a little too much power into that one. I know she wanted to get off the rail, so had to manufacture an angle, but oh, he hits this one a little too thin with some left, so cue ball momentum does not carry into the object ball there. So Marissa should play this one with a little bit of top left or bottom. It's fine. I think follow would have sort of given her a little bit closer to the 4. This angle isn't too bad. She can just stun across. Maybe back and forth here a little bit. It's a really nice shot. Overran it just a little bit, so she's going to have to play some right spin on this just to make sure that the angle into the 8. Oh, caught it so thin. This isn't bad, though. Hit this with some follow and take the 9 in the lower left. Oh, caught the rail first. All right, Yi taking on the bank for better position. Well executed. Rifles the 9 in to extend his lead 2-0. All right, so yeah, they are playing alternate break here. Makes sense considering the race is pretty short. Marissa takes the 1 in the side. Cue ball kind of got away. All right, Marissa can play this with a touch of bottom right to bring this cue ball back to the 3rd diamond on the lower left side here. Hit that pretty sweet. Okay, almost the exact same thing, but the opposite now. Bottom left to get that cue ball back up for the 4 in the upper left corner. Decides to draw out. Nice shot. A little bit of a steep angle here, but should be pretty good to get back down table. Just overcut a little bit. Ends up scratching, so Yi with ball in hand here. Just going to draw this over. Going to be a little touchy to hold here, so I think he's going to go up and down table. Yeah, right intention, just the execution was off, so Marissa now here has a choice. If she does go for the 5 in the lower right, the cue ball will be moving away from the 6, so could potentially just bank this below the 6 and send the cue ball up table. But she went for it, and the swing is pretty good. She needs to bounce off the short rail. Okay. Play this with follow into the upper left corner. It's a nice try. Had a pretty decent look on the 7 afterwards as well. I think Yi might be going for the bank here. Six is getting some action. A little bit of that 9-ball luck action. Kind of landed in between decisions there. Either going for the bank or leaving that 7 up table. Nice shot there from Marissa, especially getting back onto this 8-ball. So yeah, just draw straight back here. Should be pretty good. Kind of decelerated with the draw there, but no worries. Has a look on the 9. Okay, Marissa is on the board here. It's now a 3-3 race. Yi to break here in just a moment. Two balls on the break, including the cue ball. So unfortunately, ball in hand here for Marissa. Opportunity to do some damage and even this game up 2-2. Landed a little bit on that 50-yard line, but should be able to take this 4 in the upper left corner. Oh, this is going to line up pretty nice for Yi. All right, run this with some follow to get back up table for the 6 on the side. Play a little bit of inside just to make sure. Yeah, he's got a pretty good position here. Straight back across table for the 7. Oh. Fairly straight shot into the upper right corner here for Marissa. A little bit of a stop pull back here. Really nice, nicely executed. Dad taking the rack off the table. Smart. Try to take that thing off as soon as possible. And Marissa technically tying this up, but also taking the lead here. Yi needs 3, Marissa needs 2. For those of you watching, let me know how y'all are doing tonight. Check out the bracket posted in the description of the video here. Yi in the chat and on the table simultaneously, big ups. It's a good break. I like how Marissa really controls the cue ball with her break. It does end up on the right side of the table a little often, but I still think it's pretty good. Ooh, snuck that right by the 8. Nice shot. Good control for this 3. Plays a little bit of left follow to get down below the 4. Okay, yeah, all right. Decided to draw back. It's not a bad idea. She might need to run into the 9 to sort of slow the cue momentum. Which she did and got a pretty good angle, but unfortunately missed the shot. Really nice save here. I was going to say unless he makes it. So yeah, really nice save. Marissa's going to have to go for a kick here. Might be able to kick the 4 into the side. She's going to go for the jump. Oh, okay. It cleared the 5. Thought the cue might have been touching the 5 a little bit, but apparently not. It was a really nice jump there. Then cut into the upper right corner here, or you can play safe, just kind of slow banking. But now she's going offense here. Really good position. Kind of tree-topped over the 9, but shouldn't be too much trouble. All right, this one you'll want to be as middle table as possible to get the ideal angle on the 7, so you aren't having to back cut it too much. So speed control is going to be pretty important here as she stuns out to the left rail and back towards the middle. All right, it dragged just a little too much. So this blind back cut makes this shot a little bit more difficult, but the lead for the 8 should be pretty good. Handled it well, just needs a big bounce here, which she will get. Perfect. Nicely done. Cue ball rolling into the pocket line. Really nice run out. All right, Marissa on the hill here. 3-2. With the alternate break, this does make it a little bit more difficult for Yi. He's going to have to maybe go for a break and run here. Fend off the return break and run from Marissa. All right, Yi set to break off rack number 6. 6 in the corner. Controlled the break a little bit better this time. It's a good safe attempt, so I would suspect Marissa does a little bit of a reverse bank and just hides the one behind the 7. Oh, but I think she missed it. Yeah. Hey, Lorenzo in the chat. Yeah, you just missed the ultimate prosciutto cut there that was so thin. Did not make contact. So now, yeah, Yi with an opportunity here to tie this match up. Gonna need to put some follow on this to get this cue ball swinging. Watch outside pocket. It's pretty good. Overcut that one just a little bit. That leaves this cue ball a little bit tree-topped over that 7, so she will need to find the path to get above the 4. Could potentially stay below the 9 and take the 4 in the upper left corner, but this is a bit touchier with the distance, so I think it's better to do this. Yeah, nice. Found a little window there. So I think the same thing. Basically just play this with left follow, swing the cue ball around 2 rails, get on top of that 5. Well done. Back and forth here. Leave yourself a little bit of angle for the 7. Okay. Almost flat, but has the back cut, so I would stun this out and take the 8 in side pocket. Then you can just sort of follow up and take the 9 in the lower left or 9 in the lower right. So she's got options. Decided to hold. This makes it a little tougher because she played short side on the 8. So now she will have to follow this. Oh, real friendly bump. And for the win here, Marissa Du taking down the dub against her dad. With the cue ball almost scratching in the side. But yeah, that is the match here. We will be back in just a moment with another match, so stay tuned.
今天状态不好。
放人放习惯了。谁呀？
对，就是你这样，你刚好有的杆你为了发力，那有点抽，然后没有把力打出去打透。对，但是你不直，对吧？所以你还是在前面停的时候多停一会儿，多停一会儿，放松。对，这个好多了。还有点抖，能拉开，去点力，往前送。哎，对，没事儿。结束。
这厕所解说。
啊，送杆，推杆。推中单。这个球，这个球，这个球。你这个打的，问题是你的替补根本不碰球啊，你的替补没碰上球就走了。所以说你把球近点，往回，往多再近点，往 stroke 近点。哎，对对对，这样你的替补能碰着球，知道吗？这球就是打出去了。你手离近点，往回拉的少一点。哎，对。然后现在找点，现在开始找点。对啊，这个是对的。你不能拉得很远，然后出的刚碰到就走了，那样不行。对对对对，这是对的。对，你看这种小球就很好的，你把这个就这儿，来这个球，一样的球。没事。这种贴裤比较紧的可以打薄一点。对。哎呦，这球真够直，稍微劲儿大一点。你这不敢摸球，放松。
All right, let's see if we can swing the camera over to a different table here. So give me just a moment. Might be able to give you some other action here. All right, so over on table 5 here, while we wait for a table 1 match, we've got Alexis Aguirre versus Kyle Leck. Alexis is a 481. Kyle's a 483. So it is an even race, 5-5. Not exactly sure what the score is here, but let's go ahead and check this out for a minute. So Alexis with the jump. Cleared the 6, made pretty decent contact with the 1. All right, so continuing on the TV table here, Marissa Du versus Dan McGuire. Dan caught the bye. So this will be a round 2 A-side match. Marissa needs 6. Dan needs 4. Dan is a 399 Fargo. Marissa's a 500. Looks like she's got a little bit of the 2, but I think she's going to go for the push just because it's a little bit safer, just in case you don't have it. So I think she's tempting Dan here. If he does go for the corner, a scratch might be in play, so I think it's smart for him to give it back. Yeah, she played it right. Caught it thick. Just send the two around table back down. So what I would like to see here is Dan hit the 2 on the left side and send it sort of up towards the 5 and then hide the cue ball here behind the 8, 9, 6. I think that's a pretty good area to aim for, which he did pretty well. Ended up catching the 3, but this looks pretty good. I don't think she has a direct line of sight on the 2. It's kind of a monster jump. Well, maybe she does have a piece of it between. Oh, she's got the whole thing. Camera deception there. Nailed it real nice. Pretty good leave on the 3 here. Draw this back. I want to draw this back into the rail to play the 5 in the side pocket. Or if you have enough angle, you can play follow, so it's a little bit of a dealer's choice here. Oh, I like this one a little bit better, but maybe focus a little too much on the leave. Rattles the pocket, so Dan with an opportunity here. Kind of his first good opportunity in this one. Hit it with a little pace, but got a pretty friendly bump on the 5. Could play this with a little bit of bottom right. Or just sort of stun draw off of the 5 and has a look on the 6 in the lower left corner. Got a pretty good leave on the 6, but did not pocket the 5, so Marissa back at the table here. Gonna roll into the line pretty nice. Just the rattle of the pocket again. So giving Dan an opportunity here. So he landed on the bottom side of this pocket line. If he was up a little bit further, it'd get an easier look at the 8. So now he can either force the angle or do some draw, which looks like he's going to do here. Needs to hit this pretty smooth though. He is angled, so yeah, when you're angling the cue ball or your cue like that to strike down, you're actually sort of squirting the cue ball. So you're not going to get as smooth of a draw action. Going to have to accept the distance here. All right, nice out there from Marissa. Taking the lead here, 1-0. Race to 6 for her, race to 4 for Dan. Let me know in the chat who your favorite is to win this tournament. Go ahead and post the bracket here again in the chat. Still have some matches finishing up. So a lot of A sides still. They will be playing a Hot R5 Fargo rated match on the A and the B side. Yeah, thank you, DT, for tuning in. Glad to be showcasing some Northwest pool here. All of these folks were members of the Ox BCA division that went on for about 15 weeks, I believe. So it's quite the commitment to make sure they all get to their That's the word I'm looking for. Qualification. Qualification for the bigger tournaments like Lincoln City. It's a Western BCA affiliated event that's coming up in October here. But also BCA Worlds in Vegas in February. So Dan going for the push. Marissa immediately gives it back. He's laughing because he knows that's what it is. All right, so he's got a chance for a 2-rail kick here. I don't know if I would go for the 1-rail. I mean, you could. I feel the 2-rail spin might be a little bit easier. Yeah, you almost got it too. Alright, so ball in hand here. I don't really see any problems. This rack is fairly straightforward. Just making sure the 2 to the 3. I think she kind of... She's smirking. Yeah, I think she kind of rushed it. Position on the cue ball for the 2 is not optimal. Oh no. So he hit that with spin. But when he hit the cue, he kind of stroked upward. So he is actually on 2 fouls now, which I believe that was what she was letting him know. Don't know if she'll necessarily go for the 3 foul here. Unless she doesn't get good position on the 5. She's rattled a couple, but manages to get around that 8. This one drops this time. So same thing, just needs to swing this around the 7. It's a nice shot. Back to the middle table. Okay, she can do the same thing for the 8, just swing around. Ended up in a pretty favorable position. I mean, I think the back cut might be on here. It's going to be a little close. But if not, if I were Dan, I would just bank the 7 to the side rail on the right and send the cue ball to the left side of the table. Sort of a thin hit with right spin. He's going for the bank, and he nailed it. He's going to have to come out with another bank here. Kind of like in the reverse bank. Your cue ball would swing into a good, pretty much in the spot that it's at now, if you were to go for the reverse bank here. But when you reverse bank, you do have to hit it smooth to make sure that that angle catches. Opts for a safe. I like it. Good distance safe here. Just hit it maybe a little too hard because the 8's not quite behind the 9. But Marissa can return safe here if she chooses.
Score? 8-2.
Double kissed it, but this will actually work out pretty well. Because the only shot that Dan has is a kick at the 8. But if he hits it just right, could get that 8 in the left side pocket. But it looks like he's going to go up and down. Ooh, barely missed. It was a nice attempt. So this is the second late game ball in hand for Marissa. Nice little stun follow there. Marissa extending her lead 2-0. Technically now an even race at 4-4. Thank you all for joining us this evening, or morning or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Let me know what you are up to, besides checking out this great end of session tournament here at Ox Billiards. So they are doing alternate break. Dan broke that last rack. It's rack number 3. Marissa won the lag. So she will be breaking off rack number 3. Give you a little scores update here. So round 1, looks like Jeremy Dolash beat Mason Drury 4-3. So Jeremy advances to round 2 on the A side. Rory De Leon beat Greg Stevens 8-2. I believe Greg needed to get to 3, so that was a hill match that Rory ended up winning. He is waiting for the opponent, winner of the Alexis and Kyle match. And Nico and Brian McKellen are still playing on the A side, so go ahead and check out that bracket if you're interested. It is in the description of this live video over on Challenge. A little bit of trouble here for Marissa. She is going to have to kick at this 3. Executed it real nice. In another pickle here. She might get a piece of the 4. I think she sees a piece of the 4 for the side pocket. It's a little tight. Yeah, just wasn't able to cut it enough, but very fortunate position here. So Dan is going to have to kick at this. Another top rail kick for him. I don't like going by the 8. It's just a little too close. And take a look at the side there. Yeah, I mean, maybe if he plays closer to the point with some right spin, can avoid the 8. Yeah, I decided to play below the pocket. I think the move was to play above it. But nonetheless, ball in hand here for Marissa. Let's play this a little bit of follow, but make sure she has a good enough angle on the 5, which she does. Might have enough angle to stun this across. Yeah, nice little drawback there. Giving her a better position on the 7. A little bit more distance too. I think if she's stunned like I initially said, would have been too close to the 7, but the rattle. Been a few balls she's rattled. I think it's just maybe not quite hitting the pocket as smooth. Either a really thin cut here up table or you go for the bank. I think I kind of like the bank if you can just draw off of it or stop shot it. That way you do make the 8. Looking pretty good for the 9. But he is playing follow, so he's going to go for that cut. Oh, he actually overcut it. Marissa grabbing the extension, making sure she's not too stretched out over the table. Nice follow and precise leave here. All right, 3-0 Marissa. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, Dan's set to break off rack number 4. Nice 8 in the corner. Cue ball's playing a little close to the 1, but at least he has a look on it. I kind of like sending the 1 right below the 9-3 on the left side and sending the cue ball behind the 5-2. But he's going to go for the corner here. Looks like there's enough space. It's a nice shot. He's going to have to play this with follow and get below the 4 to play the 4 in the upper right corner. So he's going to need to hit this pretty smooth. Well, I'm totally forgot that the 3's still on the table. Yeah, nice try on the back cut there. Ended up with good position for the 4, but all right, this one's pretty straight. Handled it really well. Got enough draw off of it to give herself a look on the 4 to be able to cut that down table. Nice cut there from Marissa. And joining me in the booth now is Mason Drury.
What's up?
How did your match go? Saw that you lost. Was that a hill or?
No, it was a. My opponent can run out 3 balls, and I keep leaving him 3 balls at the end of every run out that I have. So,
Yes.
You know, the classic.
It's actually sort of been a similar tale to this match. Marissa has more or less been given ball in hand with 2 balls on the table. I mean, she's also shooting very well. So
she
now
beat her dad, so that's and he's good.
Yes, yeah, she's shooting pretty good tonight. Giving Dan a chance here to get on the board.
Way to get out of there.
It was a little scary. He kind of caught it on the left side of the 6, and he did that earlier and actually followed the ball into the pocket, so he handled that one a little bit better with speed. So now just needs to stun this one out to get position on the 9. Or he could play follow. A little bit of a dealer's choice here. Yeah, tried to play the draw, but he kind of poke stroked it.
Yeah.
So
That's something I've seen a bit in this league with a few of the lower Fargo players is when they get those long shots. On these tables, you really don't have to hit it that hard to get what you want, but they really try to power it, and that their stroke suffers a lot.
pretty good here. I think she wanted a little more zest on it, but the angle's totally fine. She needs to hit this smooth. She's rattled a few balls, so I think just a little bit of speed control here. Perfect.
Beautiful.
All right, extending her lead 4-0 up over Dan. As you can see, the Fargo odds are giving her a 95.55% at this point. And I think the alternate break here sort of favors the player that's in the lead.
Yeah, I think alternate break, when it is not very likely that people will break and run, is usually going to favor the better player.
Her break has been pretty solid, so I think as long as she keeps that cue ball middle-ish table and is able to take at least 1 or 2 down on the break with a favorable opening shot, I definitely see her capable of the break and run. Yeah, I really like how she's handling the break. Cue ball's pretty much ending up in the same exact spot. It's been this like little quadrant here near the side pocket. So a steep shot on this 4, but if she can manage it, maybe get a little friendly bump on the 9, might have a chance for a run out here. Yeah.
Those deep pockets.
Yeah, I think just catching the rail first there. So caused it to rattle.
So what would you do here? Would you try to hit the corners?
I would swing it with left, and I would go rail first.
Yeah. See, I would draw
But he punch drew. This is the risk.
I don't know if I would have punched it.
Ooh.
That hard. Ooh,
Is he
can't
corner?
see
Is he
it.
corner hooked?
It's hard to tell. Looks like I can see at least a piece of it. I don't know if you can see all of it. Oh, never mind. He's kicking at it.
Yeah, so he is corner hooked. Almost.
It was like one of those kicks that you had when we played doubles. You just
Oh, yeah.
you get as close as possible without actually hitting.
those were like Z-bank kicks,
yeah,
so a little different, but yes, a little whisper.
But I want to
was
be like totally wrong when I'm wrong, not just like
Oh, sure,
as
yeah.
close to right as possible.
Really?
without actually being right.
I don't know. I think I would rather be wrong by a little bit,
That's fair.
because at least it tells me I'm in the neighborhood
Yeah.
of the correct hit.
Logically, yes. I think emotionally.
For your ego, you're like,
So I get to play either Buzak or Brian McKellen, which is going to be fun. Did you see how far Buzak went up in Fargo?
I did. Yeah, he's like a 540 now,
Yeah.
almost a 550 actually. He's at 549. All right, so a little stop shot here. Caught it a little too thick.
Yep. That's one of those shots. That's one of those things. You got to make it. Now this is a run out that most people can do.
Yeah, it just needs to be smooth here. It's a little bit of left follow to make sure that the angle doesn't take too much.
Yeah, not quite enough.
They handle it okay. So the thing is, when he plays follow here, he will run into the 9. But I suspect he'll be clipping the underside of the 9. So it might actually be sort of bank moving that 9, which might not give him the best position on it, but we'll see.
You're hitting it pretty thin, so you got to hit it pretty hard, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's thin-ish. And he's going to play with a little bit of top, or at least I would suspect. Because middle ball will kind of take it directly at the 9.
yeah.
Oh, he's going to
Or he
make
just
both at the
makes both.
same time. All right. So
On the board.
Dan avoiding the clean sheet. On the board, he needs 3. Marissa needs 2. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, Dan set to break off rack number 6.
All right, so this happened to me when I was playing my game. Jeremy broke dry, but the 9 ball was in the pocket. And I couldn't make it off the 1, nor could I make the 1. So I pushed and just made the 9. Would you do that?
Smart. Yeah, because if you don't have a look on the lowest ball and you can't pocket it and it's going to be awkward, like if you miss it, you're sort of leaving that shot in limbo. I would make it, but like with this example, I don't think you really need to pocket the 9 because obviously you have it look on the 1. But she's going
try.
for it. Oof. Okay. This is really interesting. Now, because of the stretch, it's going to be really hard to draw off of this 1 to try to make the 9.
Unless he kicks at it, but like if you kick 2 rails, basically, right?
You might actually be able to go sort of thin off of the right side of the 1
with enough spin, yeah.
and spin the cue ball to kind of hit that upper right side of the 9 ball to send it in, but
You gotta hit that perfect though. Those are hard. But at
I
least
mean-
if you hit it hard enough, you at least get the 9 ball out of the pocket.
yeah, and you get a free look at this, unless the cue ball goes below the 9 and scratches, which
Is possible.
yep. So that was the risk of playing it directly off the 1.
The 9 is better though. At least it's out, and the 6 is kind of covering it.
Yeah, there's not really a good 3 foul opportunity here either, so I just take the 1-2 combo and work my way back up table.
You gotta solve the 6 at some point though, right? It doesn't look like it goes past that 9. I guess you could try for the Karen if you set it up perfectly. Ooh, I don't know if she wanted to make that.
Yeah, could either carom like thin off of the 6 and cue ball hit the 9, or if you happen to be on the rail, you might be able to overcut the 6.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, now everything's weird.
Well, now this is like the
You
Danny
might as
DeVito
well.
meme.
Yeah.
So anyways, I started blasting because, I mean,
What else are you gonna do?
you could thin 3 and bring the cue ball down table, so you're basically keeping the 3 on the other side of the 7.
That's a hard shot from this far.
I mean, it's such a gentle touch. The 3 will definitely hit the rail, so I'm not really concerned about not hitting a rail.
Yeah.
But if you do hit the 3 too thick and separate that 7, then you're sort of giving up the shot. So he did go thin, but he hit it just way too hard. So now, I think I maybe just go for the 3-9 combo here.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be shooting that 9 out of the pocket. And the 3 might go
Does
towards
3
the
go past the
bottom
9, though?
rail.
3
Oh.
looked like it went past the 9.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, just going to be pretty fortunate here. You might be able to see a piece of it, but
Dan is not a jumper. Ooh, well, he definitely saw a piece of it. I think, again, he hit that too hard for what he was trying to do. Ooh.
no, she's not going to like this.
Mm,
Unless-
I think she's fine. I mean, she's over the 8, but at least you can see it.
Found the teeny tiny window.
Now she's got to swing back and forth, though, if she makes
Yeah,
it.
tree topped too. That was pretty tough.
So it's Daniel versus Shucheng on Wednesday?
That's correct. Yeah, they're playing 10 ball. Race to 13-10. So Daniel's giving 3 games to Shucheng. Should be pretty sweet.
Got anyone fun in the booth with you?
I tentatively have Prathamesh,
Okay.
but have not confirmed that yet, so I'll need to reach back out to him just to make sure that that's what the plan is. So yeah, I like playing this a little bit of bottom to get onto the left side of the table for the 6.
In the side?
Yeah, take the 6 on the right side, just like that.
Perfect. A little bit on the wrong side of that.
I think, yeah, she can do a little bit of a pinch draw here to make sure that the cue ball doesn't go running up the table, just like that.
Yep.
So yeah, looking pretty good.
Pull it back again for the 8 on the side. But you want to give yourself angle. Or I guess you could be totally straight and just power draw it. Ooh, that was a miscue.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Chalk it up. So not a gimme here on the 7. So kind of a fortunate miscue.
I think you got to take this into the top left. I guess you could bank it as well. Oh. Not bad. I think all Marissa needs to do is leave this behind the 8 and give clearance on this 7. If she's got the right angle on that. She might not. Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
She did it the other way, but didn't
Yeah,
get it.
I think I would have banked the 7 down table.
Yeah, that's what I was
And
thinking
send it
too.
like below the 9.
Yeah.
Almost like 2-3 railer.
And then just try to get the cue ball stuck to the rail.
Yeah, or behind the 8 there.
Or behind the 8 if you can get it.
So back cut here. Just needs to hit it smooth, not too much power. Cue ball will be running quite a bit.
Yeah, I think you wanted to put some left on that to get it.
Yeah, just to sort of kill the
Yeah,
momentum.
exactly. Get it to stay closer to that side of this table. I don't know if you would have kept it all the way over there, but
Alright, he'll actually get a really natural position here for the 9 as long as he makes this 8. Should end up on the right side of the 9 ball.
ooh,
Kind of poked it again,
yeah,
but he did get a perfect leave.
indeed he did.
So I would like to play this 2 rails. Short rail at the top, long rail on the upper right to bring this cue ball back down table.
Are you trying to be on the left or the right side of that?
The, okay, she went.
Ooh, that's a bit hard.
Yeah, I was thinking more of like sort of a running follow, so that when it comes off of that upper side rail, kind of just rolls into the cue, the 9 ball shot line. But now she's gonna have to go for a bank here, I think, in the side pocket.
I don't know. It looks like she's going for the cut into the side. No, never mind. I'm wrong. Well, distance.
Yeah, not the easiest shot. Luckily for him, it's not perfectly straight, so it does make this a little bit easier. But just needs to stay down.
Perfect. Well, Dan's fighting back. It's a
Yeah.
2-2 race now.
2-2. It's rack number 7, so Marissa will be breaking here. So now's the opportunity to get onto that hill, make your opponent sweat a little bit more. Definitely do not want to be playing from behind. If Dan takes this one, then he's going to have a couple more break opportunities than Marissa, so now's the time to kind of capitalize and give yourself a chance to seal the victory. Let us know in the chat if you have any favorites in this tournament.
Well, Jeremy's looking good.
Yeah, Jeremy just 4-1 over Danny Casper. So,
Danny is playing with an injury. Sounds like she took a tumble on a Lime scooter.
she did, yeah. She was telling me about that. This weekend, we played the 599 and under 8 ball down south. Her and I got matched up on the B side, round 1. Yeah, so her wrist is not great.
Not what you
It's
want
not
from your break hand either.
it's not broken, but it's not great.
I tell you, those lime scooters are death traps. Well, that was a great break.
Yeah, her breaks this whole tournament so far have been pretty good.
Ooh, if she had hit that hard, no, it's
No, I think
going a little left to the pocket.
I think she gave him a look. You can't quite see the cut. I would just go rail first here.
Yeah, it's a bigger ball. Yeah,
Speed control is going to be pretty important. You hit this too hard, you're going to sort of be
right behind the 5.
yeah, directly on that line behind the 5. So I would
doesn't
hit.
look like the 4 goes anywhere but the bottom right here.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty decent safe opportunity if he lands on the lower side, but I suspect this will be swinging around, just sort of based on how he's been shooting so far.
Ooh.
Yeah, still a little bit pokey
Yeah.
with the stroke.
All right, what do you do here with ball in hand? Do you try to just...
I think you make the 3 and you leave yourself kind of where she's directly looking at the 4, and you bank that 4 up table, and you park the cue ball right behind the 5.
Yeah.
Almost where the 4 is at.
And then are you just running out with ball in hand there, or are you going to try to play the 3 foul?
Oh, I think once you separate this, you just have to go for the run out. Yeah, this is a perfect execution. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to keep playing the 3. Like, if the 6 was tied up with the 9, maybe look for that. But I think at this point, the 5 to the 6 is going to be pretty tough.
Well, that's what I'm thinking here. Like, the 4 to the 5 with ball in hand isn't too bad, but then you got to get it to where you can get back down off the 5.
I mean, I suppose you could try to play the cue ball behind the 6 and send this 4 down table, but if you expose the cue ball at all, the 4 is going to be in open territory, so...
Yeah, it just might be nice to, take the chance on the 3 foul and also get the 4 closer to the 5.
You very well may make contact here.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, looking good to make it.
Oh.
Wow, what a try.
Well, there goes my 3 foul idea.
All right, so she's actually going to want pretty good angle here. If she can get the cue ball middle table, it would allow her to draw off of the 5. So pretty good. Played the pocket line. But she's going to have to work the cue ball a little bit to get it back up table. Caught that real nice, but...
Little straight.
Yeah. I think you could go for a bank here.
I think you got a free try at it, right? You can go for the bank and try to get behind the 9, and it's basically the same shot.
I like this, though. It's smart. It's really smart. Especially when it's a 2-2 game. Like, you don't want to sell out and get Dan onto the hill, so...
Yeah, that's true.
He's not able to jump this, so he's going to have to make contact and a rail. Otherwise, it's pretty much a freebie here for Marissa.
Now, I would say this is jumpable, but...
I mean, it is. Yeah, it's 100% jumpable.
But like I said, I don't think Dan jumps, which...
I think he's
fair.
also using a house cue.
No, he's got a sneaky peek.
Oh, it's a sneaky Pete. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice contact. So not giving Marissa the freebie with it sort of glued to the rail too. Definitely makes this tougher to make the 6 in the upper right corner.
Oof. Ooh.
Oh. If she would have hit it a little harder. That's wild. All right, well, it's the opportunity Dan was looking for after being safetied pretty much back to back.
Got on him though. Mm.
All right, here we go. 6-9 combo. Classic.
Nice.
Nice. Just telling Kyle earlier that these combos are so weird. You just kind of have to imagine the 9 not being there, but nonetheless, execute it well.
And
Gets to the hill
Marissa's
first.
the first on the hill.
And Dan will be breaking. Back here in just a moment. So have you been going for the break pot 9 snap?
That break is so vastly different from any other break that I've tried to do that no, like the break pot, like if you want to make the 9 ball, especially with a magic rack, you have to kind of forego making any other balls, it seems.
Right, that's the one goal is to sink the 9. All right, so if I was Dan, I would push, and I would push that 8 into the 6.
I like that.
And then at least you're leaving a look on the 3, but since he's kicking at it, if he happens to miss, it's going to be a ball in hand. But I think his angle's looking okay here.
I mean, he's proved already that he's got the eyes for the kicks. Spoke too soon.
All right, so how do you like this leave on the 4?
I think you got to give yourself some angle so you're by the side pocket near the 4 and then you just bring it back up towards yourself and play the 4 all the way down in the top left.
Okay, yeah, so she's going to play a little bit of bottom right here.
Yeah, basically that.
I think this is okay.
I think it would have been better to be on the other side of the 4.
Yeah, this is tricky because you want to come back across underneath the 9, so you need to play this with just like a little bit of left to make sure you hit the just above the point on the side rail.
Yeah.
Just like that. Oh, yeah, she dug it a little bit further down.
All right, this is where I would back cut the 5 all the way up.
Yeah, back cut the 5 into the right corner.
Looks like she might be playing to
Oh!
5-9 combo. Okay, that's not what I thought. but
Wow, going for
that was
the
close.
purple cheese. That would have been pretty extravagant for a victory, but Dan's still in this match. Play this with left follow to go with 3 rails rather. Get back middle table for the 6. 1, 2, 3,
Okay, he's good.
4. Little 4 railer, but
I mean, this is pretty good. He got on the side of it that he wants. Now he just needs to draw it up table off that left rail. Looks like he's playing follow, though.
yeah, if he plays follow, he's going to have to accept the 7 in the top right corner.
Which he is.
I think this is fine, but he's a little bit... He's on the left side of the 7. He'd prefer to either be in dead center or to the right.
Yeah, if you play this just pocket speed, and you just stop it, you'll be fine. But followed it.
Yeah, I wasn't able
Which
to
is
quite
fair.
hold it.
If you're scared of that pocket, you can definitely go forward a little bit on that. I think it is now harder to get from the 8 to the 9, though. Ooh. That cue ball looked like it went down and came back up.
This is probably the most extremely lucky leave of this entire match because it comes at a critical moment.
I think she's got the angle she needs, though. Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the best opportunity you had. You had to go rail first like that, but sheesh.
Yeah.
Just caught it on the underside of the 8. So, all right, chance here to go hill.
These shots are one of my least favorite things to do. Ball in hand, when you just need to get, like, from one ball to the other, I always overthink it and usually mess it up.
So I actually think I like going 2 rails here and almost leaving myself parallel with the 8, and you come above the side pocket, so you take the 9 in the right side pocket.
Right,
Because this,
right.
he's actually flirting with the side pocket scratch to get that middle position.
Mm-hmm.
And he underhit it, and
now he's just straight.
Yeah. It was almost 50, but...
So you
more
would have
like a
just, like, kind of there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you leave the cue ball parallel to the 8, so you come off this right long rail and then above the left side pocket, and you kind of land between the 2 diamonds on the
Gotcha.
left side, and then just take the 9 on the side. But this is fine. He's playing with a little bit of bottom right. He's going to leave a hanger. Maybe not. Not quite a hanger, but...
I mean, this is definitely a high percentage shot for Marissa.
All right, so to seal the W... Marissa Dew taking down the match. 6-2 over Dan McGuire. All right, stay tuned, folks. We will be going into another match shortly. Thank you, Mason, for joining me in the booth here. And we'll be right back. right, so Rory, De Leon, and Yi Du actually started a match on another table, but they only had the one rack, so we're going to go ahead and switch them over here. This is a B-side match. So whoever wins this will continue on. Whoever loses will be out of the tournament. But Rory is currently up 1-0. This is a race 6-4. He breaking off rack number 2. It's a pretty good break here. Pretty good position on the 1. All right, so Mason's waiting for an opponent, so he's back in the booth here.
If you'll allow me to.
Leave.
All right.
Mason is
We can get
waiting.
Marissa in here.
Mason is waiting for the loser of
Do you wanna
Alex,
talk?
Buzak, and Brian.
Never mind, she said no.
It's a nice shot here from Yi. Kind of got away from the 4, but still has a look on it. This is going to be... I think Rory has a piece of this 4. Not sure if he can make it, but...
I think you can just kick it off the long rail pretty easily. Oh, never mind, he can make it.
I knew he had a piece of it. I
Yeah.
didn't know if
The
he...
fisheye, or like just the angle of cameras with pool tables makes it very hard sometimes.
Swinging this around.
Bit too far though.
Overran it just a smidge. Overcut.
But, no, didn't get it.
Needs to get around the 8. And he barely does, so he's going to have to kick at the 7. A little bit of swerve here. Oh, my
Oh,
gosh.
That was
Almost a magnificent shot. It's the thing with these R5 matches. Doesn't necessarily mean the highest Fargo rated player will easily run through the tournament. It gives the lower ranked players an opportunity to get one out, which Alexis Aguirre did, beat Rory 3-2. It was a pretty big win.
yeah. Alexis is a good shot.
I think Rory may have needed 7 or so. So Yi cleaning up here. About to tie this game 1-1. Both of these players very capable of breaking runs.
Absolutely. During the season, we would have a practice table, and those two would usually lord over it. It got to the point where if anyone got broken run on, when they were just bumped back to the top of the list because they didn't even get to shoot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't really count as a turn at the table if you don't even get to look at it.
I mean, you get to look at it plenty. Just
Oh, sure.
not be at the table.
Your hand on the table with your cue shooting. Well, I say that, and then it's a dry break, so c'est la vie. Kind of like the back cut here, a little bit of a safe. Nice job.
Yee's defensive game is something that I am envious of. He sees a lot of those shots very well.
Yeah, I think recognizing clusters on the field and then you have good cue ball control. It's very advantageous for you to play those while there's still balls on the table. Overcut the one. Gonna dress this up pretty nice for Rory.
Luckily, the 2 is not necessarily makeable.
Yeah, he's gonna have to settle for the 2-5 combo for sure. Oh, unless he gets stuck behind the 6. Oh, jeez.
Do that.
Yeah, he kind of rushed it. Didn't quite get enough draw for the cue ball that he wanted. So I'm gonna have to settle for a kick. Gee, hit pretty sweet. 2 ball to the rail. Makes this a tougher shot.
Especially with the 3 being all the way on the other rail.
I kind of like sending the 2 to the other side, the left side of the 5 here. It's a little gentle shot, but otherwise you just go for it, which he did. Giving some distance and a rail.
And messing up the 3.
Three, 6 combo wombo here.
Yeah, but that's the problem with that shot, is you're sending the 3.
Nah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, that is true. Now you gotta avoid the 9. Or, yep, never mind. I think he hit
Yeah, kind of.
enough of it.
Yeah, threaded the 9 just a little, just to get it out of the way, but keep the trajectory of the cue ball that he wanted. I think I just play this one rail, just straight up.
Yeah, little bit of follow.
Yeah, maybe a touch of inside left, like 11 o'clock. But it kind of looks like he's going to swing this to 3 rails even.
One thing I have noticed about Rory's game is he generally plays for the perfect leave more often than not. He'll definitely use more rails than I would on a lot of shots.
Well, I mean, the way that he shot that, I think most pros would probably shoot that as well, just because they like to let their stroke out. And with the follow, it's a bit touchier. With that draw, though, you kind of just let it rip, and you get the position.
Yeah, but
he
you also
missed
have to
it.
make those.
Yeah, he missed it. So one could argue the opposite. So now Yi taking full advantage of the mistake from Rory, and now extending his lead 2-1. So yeah. Race to 5 for Rory and a race for 2 for Yi, and Yi will be breaking, so this is the moment to really kind of stick a nail in the coffin, if you will, to get to the hill first. Nice break here. Kept the cue ball in the middle of the table. One kind of got away, but it is open for the top right corner. So here's kind of another example of what we were talking about earlier. He could swing this around 2 rails, back middle table for the 2 in the upper right, or play this with inside right. But it looks like he is going to swing it around. And I think a lot of players prefer this, but now you're running really far away.
And behind the 6.
Yeah. I think there's a tendency to underhit that draw when you're getting that position. So clearly overhit it to try to make sure he got the leave, but just overhit a little too much.
Nice jump. And he got a good...
Yeah, it's a good save.
There might be a window between that 5 and 9. I can't tell.
Yeah, I don't think I'd risk it. I'm going to go rail first here on the left side. Kind of pop that 2 out. Oh. It's running, it's running, it's running. It's going to park.
That works.
There's no way you can really hold this cue unless maybe you play a little bit of left, top left, and then once it comes off the rail, it might bump that 8. And you're looking at the 3. But he went for the bank. And he's going to get safe. He's laughing about it. Yeah, that was kind of a wild outcome. I think Rory might try to swerve to the top rail. Get at the 2 on the other side.
Looks like the 3 is taking away some of the 2 from that side, though.
Yeah, I think swerve. I don't know.
Well, and it's weird because I don't think you have enough of the 2 to get the 2 into the rail, so you have to hit it hard enough that either the 2 hits a different rail or with enough spin that the cue hits the 2 and then goes into the rail.
Well, I think if he's able to hit the back or the upper side of the 2, the cue ball will absolutely hit the rail.
But not if he hits the rail first, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, just going to have to go for a swerve here.
See?
I think he's saying that it may have compressed. Like it hit rail to rail and off. No, maybe not. Yeah, okay.
No, that's what I thought. Still a bit weird to get to the 3. I guess you stun it out between the 7 and the 9.
Or, yeah, play with follow between the 5-8.
Yeah,
Dr. Dave actually has a pretty good
that's a good shot.
drill on that sort of position. Shake, rattle, and roll.
I mean, he left himself very poor for the 5 as well, so.
Rory going to utilize the bridge here. He's going to go rail first to swerve. Just enough angle for the 5 in the lower left corner. I rattled it as well. Got the leave on the 6 he wanted, but unfortunately, hanging that 5 ball.
It's a better spot for the 7.
I would just let the stroke out and go back and forth. So keeping Rory in this match. Missing an opportunity for a run out there from Yi. Friendly
Pretty
bump.
good.
Gonna have to accept the 7 on the top left, but that's no problem. Wants to leave himself a little bit of an angle here on the 8, which he does. So yeah, just draw off of this. Take the 9 on the lower right. Stretching out just a little bit.
And that's when draws hard.
Handles it well enough.
Good out.
All right, first to the hill. Yi do. Rory to break off rack number 5. Let's take a look at the bracket. Going around the rest of the tournament here. Looks like Jeremy Dolash is playing Alexis Aguirre on the A side. Marissa Dew is waiting for the winner of Alex Buzak versus Brian McKellen.
And I'm waiting for the loser.
And Mason's waiting for the loser. So, yeah, quite a lot of games to go. No one has been eliminated from the tournament yet. But we have several people in the hopper. Could be eliminated. Either Greg Stevens
actually
or
looks
Kyle Leck, Danny
like-
Casper or Nico.
Greg is playing Dan right now, so it actually looks like Kyle lost that.
Oh, okay. We'll go and
Do not know the score, so
grab that score in a bit. Steph in the chat asking if the tournament will end tonight. I believe that's the plan. However, with all these races potentially going hill, could be sort of a long tournament. I guess we'll see where we're at by 11 p.m. That's about 2.5 hours away.
I mean, we'd have to wait till Wednesday if we were coming back, so probably gonna try to end it tonight.
Yeah, might just be a late nighter here.
That
So-
two's going.
Yeah, good contact. Got pretty lucky with the bump. Does have a chance to run this out now.
Don't.
I think you just accept coming below the 4, exactly
Yeah.
where he's pointing. And then you make the 4 in the upper left corner and draw back off of it. Oh, I think he wanted to bump the 5. But maybe has a look for the bank. Oh, he's going to go for a masse here. Oh, a little bit of a swerve.
Too much. So just 2 rails down to the left side of the 5. Or 1 rail straight at it.
He's got a piece.
Don't know if he has enough of it to get that cut though. Looks pretty thin. So you're trying to bank this or cut it?
I mean, you really don't want to sell out here. And I don't know.
Or defense, I guess, is the third option. Looks like he's banking it.
Yeah, Marissa, I was just going to say, I don't know what this music is. So I'm going to have to go change this.
It's royalty-free music.
It was royalty-free music, but I feel like it's doing something weird now. So I'll be right back. Ice cream truck music is fucking hilarious.
Ooh, that was weird. And sold it.
Trying to update the scores, but all right. So Yi really overcutting that, hit that pretty full, but did not give Rory the best shot here. He might get second lunch, second dinner.
Nope.
No. Sells out the shot. No, he's going to land on the 50. Maybe not. Just enough
enough.
angle. Should be able to get out here. Okay. Yi do with the victory.
Okay, he's safe.
4-1 over Rory. Rory is out of this tournament. And I'll be right back. I want to go check on some other scores here, so hang tight. We'll get another match going here in just a moment. All right, so hopping into another match immediately. It's going to be Danny Casper versus Yi Du. This is a B-side match. Danny needs 4. Yi needs 5. In this case, it's a 494 versus a 545. Danny broke off but dry, so Yi going at these here. Oh, it's going to get lucky. A little thin bump off the 8. Yi making pretty quick work of this rack. He seems to back cut the 7. Not quite thin enough. This brings Danny Don't Blink to the table. Almost gets the reverse bank, but gonna leave a hanger here in the top right corner. All right, so this is a little tricky because Yi is on the rail. Gonna need to hit this with some running left English. That was absolutely crazy. Missing the bank, taking the other rail opposite pocket. Man, 9-ball is such a crazy game sometimes. Okay, Yi taking down rack number 1. 1-0, technically 4-4 race now. Yi to break rack number 2. Thank you all for joining us this evening. This is an Ox Billiards BCA League season finale tournament. All of the players in the league were not able to make it, so we only have 13 here today. One of them will be crowned victorious by the end of the night. This is a losers round 3 match. There's still a couple round 2 B-side matches that one of them is just starting. It's going to be Alex Buzak versus Mason Drury. The other one is Dan McGuire versus Greg Stevens. Then on the A side, we have Marissa Dew versus Brian McKellen and Jeremy Dolash. Currently ahead of the pack on the A side. So Yi with another strong break here. Holding for the 2 might be a little hard. You could hit it with left spin to sort of slow the cue ball's momentum off of that rail. Otherwise, just going to accept going up and down, which he does. Execute it's pretty nice. Going to need to bump off of that 5 just a little. Now he's got a good cue spot there to hit. Draws off of the 2, gets good position for the 3. A little whirlwind action there to help the cue along. I think if he gets good position on the 6, could be looking at a break and run here. Oh, look at me. Danny gonna do a little bit of a swerve here. Caught the vibe a little thicker than she probably wanted. But no worries, can back cut this 6. Seven in the upper right corner. A little bit of a draw here. Unfortunately, leaving the shot in the side for Yi. All right, Yi up 2-0. Going into rack number 3. Danny will be breaking this one off. Danny moved fairly recently from Kentucky to Seattle. She was telling me that just had a potential coaching lesson with Christina Tkach, but ended up just shooting with Christina for a couple hours instead of sort of foregoing the lesson and just shooting together and picking her brain about her approach to the game, shot selection, etc. I think that sort of information is invaluable. And speaking of which, we do have a clinic with Raymond Linares coming up here at Ox Billiards. So if you are interested in learning all about kicks and how the cue ball and the object ball react to the rail, Raymond and his coach will be here giving lessons. It is an 8-hour clinic, so it's pretty intensive, but goes over a lot of the mechanics and physics in relation to kicking and banking and utilizing the cue ball and how it interacts with the rail. So if you're interested in that, check out the Ox Billiards website. I believe signups are still open. E playing a really good draw here to get back up on top of the 4. All right, so Danny gonna have to come up with a 4-8 combo. Nice shot. Needs to roll this out just a little more. Yeah, should be good. Same here. Needs to roll out just a little bit. Should be fine. Just past the 50-yard line, about the 60-yard line here. Nice thin cut. Gonna have to play this into the. Looks like she's gonna go upper left corner. Maybe just took that one on a little too fast, just because wasn't quite settled on the shot. You just gonna stop shot this for the 9 in the upper left. Okay, now giving almost the same shot to Danny. All right, so Danny on the board here. 1-2. It's now an even race of 3-3. E due to break. We'll be right back. think I like this push-out decision. If I were Danny, I would just sort of bank the 1 onto the 2 to stop it, and then bring the cue ball back around. Hit it a little too hard. I think she was actually going for that 1-2 bank. Kick, rather. No, it was a bank. Jeez. Ah. Ooh. Leaves the hanger. Danny will masse this ever so slightly. Maybe just a little bit of spin. Yeah, it's a good touch. Came up a little high on the 2, but maybe it'll leverage a 7. She did pretty well. Almost managed to break that 4 out. Be careful about the scratch here. Yeah. It's tough because of the angle. But it almost looked like she hit it with... kind of looked like a bottom left. I don't know. It was a little strange cue action. He had it smooth at the little bit of bottom right. You might have been able to catch just above the point. So Yi is going to go try for a 3 foul here. She needs to park. No, broke it out. So yeah, the objective was to just sort of keep the 4 behind the 6 and send the cue ball out. But I think he just caught the 4 a little too thick. So he's going to come back around and go on the side. Oh! Nice reverse bank here from Danny, getting position on the 6. Nice stun across. Just a little bit of a pinch draw here. Or a blast. Either way, still getting position. He's going to get lucky here. That's actually the second time that he's missed a similar shot like that, and the ball going the opposite corner. So can't let that get to him. Needs to take this 9. Nope. All right, opportunity here for Danny to tie this up. A little bit awkward here now. I think I would try to safety this and bring the 9 down to the centered diamond on the bottom rail. So what you do here is you hit it with a little bit of bottom left and hit thin. This is okay too. Bank just rattled out. It's a really good attempt from Danny. Nice hit there from Yi, extending his lead 3-1 over Danny. Rack number 5. And Danny set to break this one off. The way that Danny shoots is quite quick. I believe she told me that There's an open table she had a few months ago and ran out 7 or 8 balls in like 40 seconds. Very quick shooter, very offensive game. Another dry break here. I think just breaking center with the magic rack sort of lends to less balls dropping on the break. But you do get the 9 ball moving, so sort of the trade-off you get with that type of break. Yeah, unfortunately, sink 2 balls and scratch. Just come off the rail middle table here for the 3. I think you can draw this back. It's a nice shot. Let's roll this forward a little bit. I'm not sure that was necessary. Yeah, because now he doesn't have a look on the 5. Yeah, I'm interested why he did that. He could have just left the cue ball on the rail and then back cut the 5 to come out and around for the 6. But Danny's going to get pretty lucky here with the double bank. Positioning for the 6. It's looking pretty good. I think you would take the top right corner. Side pocket's fine. Got a good look here. A little bit of an awkward leave for Yi. Wants to avoid that side pocket. So he could potentially opt for a bank. Kind of like the bank, but, you know. Went for the slice, executed it nicely. Thin little cut here for the 9. Okay, 4-1. Yi gets to the hill first. With Yi to break as well. If Danny were to get back to the hill, Yi would have 2 more breaks. So 2 including this one. So, will we see the first streamed break and run of the night? We shall soon find out. Thank you all again for hanging out with me this evening. If you're just tuning in, my name is Zach Ross, Q Sports communicator here at Ox Billiards. Typically run Wednesday streams. This is a special BCA league season finale, so wanted to give these players some stream time. Also sweat some of this action here tonight. So Danny's going to go for this. I think she should push, but yeah, I caught that one way too thick. I think it actually would have gone if it would have caught the long rail a little bit closer to the pocket. Danny just overhitting this ever so slightly. Gonna go for the jump now. Danny jumps pretty well. Saw her jumping this weekend at a tournament. Accidentally jumps the ball off of the table. Play this one with a little bit of follow to get that look on the 5 on the side. Can just draw below the 9 now. Nice shot. Seven on the side, 8 in the corner. So Yi's looking pretty good. He's going to have to accept a little bit more of a back cut than he probably wanted, but it's totally fine. Okay. For the W here, Yi Do is your winner, eliminating Danny Casper 5-1. All right, so we currently have 3 matches going on. Marissa Dew versus Brian McKellen, Alex Buzak versus Mason Drury, and Dan McGuire versus Greg Stevens. So no match currently for this table, but I will be back shortly. So go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and we will return shortly. Thank you all so much.
I'm glad I'm not playing again.
You're playing E5-5.
Ready or not?
You need take a break off him.
Want to take a rest?
From the
I'm
TV.
hangry right now. That's the problem. Yeah, we can go.
Okay.
Where are we playing? Which table?
Yeah, play right here.
Keep something on the broadcast table. Zach's got to have work to do.
All right, folks, we will have a round. This is the semifinals match, actually. Jeremy Dolosh versus Marissa Dew. On the A side, Jeremy will need 4, Marissa will need 6. Should be pretty exciting. Marissa, so Jeremy won his first game against Mason 4-3. Won his second game against Danny 4-1. Beat Alexis Aguirre 4-0. Marissa beat her dad 4-2. She played Dan McGuire, beat him 6-2. And then just shut out Brian McKellen 4-0. So both these players coming off of double shutouts here into the semifinals. So it should be a pretty good match. Marissa wins the lag here.
But it's fine.
If there was a number somewhere of the number of flights of stairs that I run because of my ADHD,
I'll get it.
6 extra flights of stairs in my own house every day. Going home to get my phone, wanting to leave here, got my wallet, eating lunch, you know.
All right, so the winner of this match will be guaranteed to be in the finals. The B side has some catching up to do. Currently, there's still 2 matches in the round 2 B side. So a little bit of skipping ahead. But yeah, this should be a good one. Thank you all for tuning in. Jeremy's Fargo has increased pretty significantly since he had a preliminary one. I believe his preliminary rating was about 380. So now that it's settled a bit at 200-ish robustness, he's up to 422. So Marissa kind of losing the cue ball there on the break. Going to have to settle for a push here. I don't mind making the 4. Or sending it to the bottom rail. It's not bad. So Jeremy's option. Caught it just a little thick for that slice, but didn't completely sell out. I mean, this ball is makeable. So it looks like Mason just shut out Alex Buzak 4-0. So he'll be waiting for a match between Dan McGuire and Greg Stevens. DT, yeah, thanks, man. Or lady. Shouldn't it be gendering you? Thank you, DT. Yeah, when are we getting Ultimate Pool in the Pacific Northwest? I don't know, but it would be awesome because I do like timed matches. I like matches.
Ultimate pool is like you have a certain amount of time to run the rack, right? Not like shot clock, or is it
No,
shot
it's
clock?
the entire game.
Okay.
So I think you get like 60 minutes or something, and whatever the score is at the end of the 60 minutes is the score, right?
Interesting.
So it doesn't really behoove players to slow play because if their opponent's ahead, then
Is
you
it
know.
like chess where like both people have 60 minutes, or just both of them together have 60 minutes?
No, I think it's just a total match time. I could be wrong, but
Yeah,
if
I don't
DT
know
would
how
like
that
to
works.
chime in with some more rules about Ultimate Pool, we'd be interested in finding out more.
Play against slow players is terrible, so I would enjoy that.
All right, so Jeremy's going to go for a jump here. Yeah, I agree. It's fun. Okay, so it's 30 minutes. Yeah, it's like a race to 5 or something. It's a pretty short race, but
Sounds cool. Got lucky.
yeah, ends up making the 7. Getting pretty decent position on the 5 here. So he could try to swing this 2 rails around, or just sort of run it with a little bit of right to go 1 rail back up, which is what he did.
That's pretty good.
Landed dead center in the table.
Do you run into the 9 here, or try to draw past it?
It's kind of thin, so if you do try to draw, you might be on a pretty narrow line with the 9. I don't really mind bumping it, but in this case, he just missed it completely, and is going to leave a look for Marissa. So yeah, there's a pretty large debate in the pro community about, and I'm just talking about regular 9-ball, whether a shot clock is good or bad. I am in the court of shot clock being good. I think a 30-second shot clock is totally acceptable. I don't really think players should be taking 45 seconds to a minute 30 on generally straightforward shots. So I'm a fan of the 30 seconds with the extension.
I think the problem with it, though, is logistical, right? Because like you kind of have to have a ref at every table if you're going to do a shot clock at every table.
Yeah, I mean, you would. But at the same time, I mean, I was in a tournament this weekend, and it was a race to 6, 8-ball. And even matches that went like 6-3, one of them was like 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And 2 hours and 20 minutes for 9 racks is basically 17 to 20 minutes a rack, which is
on
just
like 7-footers, right?
yeah, which is just absurd. Like, I mean,
I feel like every now and again an 8-ball rack can get that long, but when it's like on average that bad, it's frustrating for sure. Ooh, one for the hero bank.
Yeah, I think having a moderate pace at the table is totally fine. But I like to say think long, think wrong. So typically when you approach a table, your initial gut is usually the right choice if you're sort of a seasoned player and kind of know how the cue ball is going to react with angles. Nice try into the upper right, but she is going to sell out here.
Yeah. Ooh. Hit it too thick. Nice shot.
Yeah, the alternate break here with the handicap raise. I think I've said this sort of numerous times tonight, but definitely gives the underrated player a little bit more opportunities at the table. Kind of swing the match in their favor, which makes this a bit more exciting. So I think the alternate break isn't too bad for this type of tournament.
I don't know about the straight on break with the magic rack though.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
The 9-ball got moving, so there's that. But
if you're going for the 9 break or the 9 snap, I guess,
Mhm.
which I've seen Danny was doing it earlier in her match against Yi, and looks like Jeremy's doing that too. I mean, if you're doing that, you're sort of expecting that the open table will not be ran out, but I would never try this against anybody that's like a 550 or above.
yeah, for sure. And Marissa's been shooting like it tonight, so I would be scared of her running it out. She was definitely.
Yeah, like if that one ball had parked by the upper right corner, it would be pretty dangerous because this table's pretty open.
Absolutely.
So Jeremy's going to go for a kick here. Almost caught it thin, but not quite. All right, so what would you do with ball in hand here?
It looks like she's playing the 3 foul. So not that, but that is pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good. And I think this is the right amount of balls on the table, which is all of them,
All of them, yes.
to be going for this attempt. I would say anything above 5 on the table is a pretty good look to go for the 3 foul.
For sure.
And this is a really good opportunity here. So she just needs to send the one above the 9 and then send this cue ball behind the 6 or in between the 5-6.
Yeah, if you can get the one to the rail, the top rail, there's a lot going between those two.
Yeah, this is
That's really good.
this is great. Yeah, she just informed Jeremy that he's on 2, so this is do or die here. He might be able to kind of swerve around the 6, but
I think the
don't
line
know.
here is you go to the right of the 7 and you 2 rail around the 8.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good call.
You see that? I think it's there.
Yeah, I think if he hits the second diamond up there with maybe a little bit of left spin, so when it comes off that top rail, it kind of spins towards the 1.
Mm-hmm.
But he's actually looking at the 2 railer this way, which is not too bad either.
Close.
Oh, he
So
almost
close.
got it. So Marissa Dew with the first successful 3 foul of the match. Or of the night, of the stream. I don't know what happened on other tables, but definitely the first 3 foul on the streamed table. So up 2-0 and technically a tied game at 4-4, or they both need 4. So Jeremy will break this one off, rack number 3. I thought Marissa won the lag. No? I guess Jeremy must have. No?
No, Marissa.
Okay. He
Jeremy was just being a gentleman.
Yeah, being a gent and racking for Marissa. So yeah, I was like, I could have sworn he just broke.
You were right, yeah, because I commented on it, right? It
Yeah.
was the straight break.
Right.
Ooh, 9 ball.
Oh,
Ho ho.
yeah. So dry break here. Jeremy could potentially go for a 3 foul of his own if he wanted to, but it's a little, I don't know, a little tricky.
I feel like going for 3 fouls from 0 is harder than if someone just fouls and gives you a ball in hand and then you don't have much else other than to try it. That's generally how I find myself going for it.
True, but this is also a really good safety. So
That is true.
yeah, and she just broke up all of these. So I don't know. I kind of like going for a 3 foul, but at the same time, this is very runnable. So,
What about going for the 1-9?
which is where the cue ball's currently at. No. Yeah, no, I know you're just messing around, but yeah, that's that's like a pipe dream. All right, plays it across.
It's a
I
good
like
stun to get out there.
It's a little straight. I think he wanted a little more angle, but he is going to have to force follow this a little bit to get onto the 3, which he overcooked.
Too much force.
So 3 does go in the lower left, so it's a little bit sharp of an angle, but going to take it on here. Good speed. Almost handled it perfect. Just overcut. All right, friendly bump. Didn't obscure the 6, so it's not terrible. It's a nice shot. Yeah, the way she strikes the ball is just real smooth.
Yeah, she's got a great shot.
Tried to play. I don't think she wanted to play above. Just maybe caught the cue ball.
You think she was playing under? I don't think it goes in the side there.
Well, yeah, but if you play under, then you just shoot the 7 in the upper left and do a little bit of draw,
Yeah,
and you're
that's
kind
true.
of settled for the 8. So playing above the 7, I don't think was necessary. Oh no, Bims, he owes $422.
Ooh, that would be rough. I think you got to put a decimal point in there somewhere.
4220. All right, handled it well, taking advantage of Jeremy's lapse of focus there. Draw this back a little bit. Nice shot. All right, looking pretty good to go up 3-0 here.
Very nice.
All right, I think this might be the first. Let me just double check before I speak here. Yes, so this is the first match that Marissa... No, never mind. She had to go to 6 against Dan McGuire as well. So she played... she beat someone above her, which is her dad, in round 1. Dan McGuire was a 399. Then Brian McEllen is a...
I think it's 540 something.
541. So Marissa playing well above her 500 rating. She's definitely an up-and-coming player here in the Northwest. She is the youngest sponsored player here at Ox Billiards. So Mike supporting the youth in pool, trying to get more junior events to come through this area. And she's sort of the linchpin here in Ox for the juniors and showcasing her talent so far. Another dry break.
Yeah, that's the problem with that break. It doesn't really give you much.
But it also, it kind of does two problems. You get a dry break, and this rack is like 85% open.
Yeah, except for the 4. Basically everything has a pocket. And the 1 now.
Yeah, very, very fortunate safe for Marissa. Yeah, I've kind of been talking, no, not on stream, but I will now. I think, you know, getting pool into middle schools and high schools would really be the way to help bolster the youth program, but unfortunately there's not a lot of funding to schools. And then you just have to have people willing to volunteer their time, like players that are probably in the high 5s, low 600s, I would say, would probably be pretty good coaches for juniors. And unfortunately, a lot of pool happens in bars where it's 21 up, so not really a ton of locations.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it's a really good save here.
Except
He
I think it's
did-
pretty easy to kick. the
Yeah,
one
for
here.
sure.
But that opens up everything.
So yeah, I know Mike's trying to expand the youth programs here at
we've
Ox
had Raw
Billiards.
here.
Yeah, Raw Hannah as well. He just had a junior sort of Moscone event in Tacoma, Washington, a few weeks back. So shout out Raw Hannah on the Wire Creative Media. There's another venue, I think Scratch Billiards in Fife allows all ages up to a certain time of day. So, you know, there are a couple venues, but Ox is sort of the all-day, all ages venue here in the Northwest.
I think Mike's definitely interested in doing junior events. It's just harder to do, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get, you know, at least 8 players, you could have a small tournament with juniors, and that could be good. And then sort of grow the interest from there. But as it stands, there's only a few juniors that we've seen sort of come through this venue. Okay, DT, yeah, you're at the Hannah Cup. That's cool. I think Payne McBride was there, maybe? Not sure. I forget all the player lists, but it was a pretty cool poster that they had for them. And it seemed like a fun event. Alright, so Marissa just rolled this one up to the top rail, come out a little bit, maybe middle diamond. Nice angle there on the 4. Cut back middle table for the 5. I think this run out's looking pretty good. She just needs to hit the zones. Doesn't need to be perfect. Yeah, just overcut.
And
Hmm.
interesting.
Yeah, Payne McBride and Sam Henderson were both at the Seattle 9-Ball Open earlier this year. I think they were the 2 youngest players in the event. Opportunity here for Jeremy to get a point on the board. Opts for short side on the 8. He is pretty straight, so he's going to have to follow and then accept the 9 in the right side pocket or the lower right corner.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, he handled it really well. Manufactured a little bit of an angle here.
Watch out. All good.
All right, so Jeremy's on the board, making this a 3-3 game. Be back in just a moment.
Almost flirted with the side pocket there, but
I think she takes on the 1-7 combo here. I don't know if I really like that. Yeah, I think this is a better choice. As long as it gets behind the 4, which it did. So yeah, Marissa's got a pretty good eye for safes, which as a young player is super important. Don't always have to try and run out, especially when the rack is looking like this, where it's not super easy to get onto each ball.
yeah, it was kind of interesting. She shotgunned basically all the balls to that top left. It's a
He
good
almost
mess, eh?
almost made it. Yeah, that spin caught pretty nice. Believe it was Allison Fisher that said, offense wins games, defense wins championships. I think that's pretty true. He's going to get a nice roll here. 2 into the upper right corner. So this is looking pretty good for Jeremy.
Behind the 8, I think.
No, he's got to
Oh, he's
look.
got it?
Yeah, he was able to catch the tangent line that's still in line with the 3. Just needs to play a little bit of top right on this.
Mm. That was
Yeah,
bottom right.
well, yeah, you can tell. His body language says it all. Not what he expected. Yeah, so I think if you just play top right, you float it up off the short rail. You
Mhm.
get back down for the 4, and you kind of run into the pocket line of the 4. Now he's going to be cutting across the 5, making this 4, so his lead for the 5 is going to be much tougher. And ends up missing. guess he would have had a bank on the 5, but he's moving the cue ball away from the 7, so
yeah, that's hard to get on.
it
the
would have
7.
been pretty difficult to swing around. He would have had to put a lot of power, or a lot of speed into it, rather. Marissa getting the optimal shape for the 5, but now leaving a 4-9 combo for Jeremy, so...
And I think you go for it, right? There's not much else you have.
Yeah, I would definitely take this on. It's pretty wired. Just hit it smooth, not hard.
Or hit it hard.
Or, yeah, you know what? Up is down, left is right.
He hit it smooth, though.
BA start. Yeah. Nice out from Jeremy. Getting closer to the hill. And it's his break, so probably be breaking from the middle table again.
I mean, if he gets 1-9 from it, it's all worth it. But
Right, I mean, if you only need 4 games and you can make a 9 25% of the time,
that's true.
it's pretty good. But we have yet to see a 9-ball snap on the stream. All right, so if he does make the 9, I think it is going to be going into the top corner.
Yeah, that's where it seems to want to go.
Well, he made some balls this time, and he's actually got really good shape on the 1.
It's kind of weird to get to 3, though.
Yeah, I
he's
almost-
got the wrong angle on the 1.
I think you might be able to draw off
And just
the
stun it out,
rail
yeah.
and back out, but you are going to have to hit this pretty hard. Almost as hard as that 4-9 combo.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's kind of snipe this one here. Yep, perfect.
Nice.
Get off the rail. It's looking good. All right, so he needs to play this with bottom left and make sure he comes between that first and second diamond near the left pocket here to become between the 5-7. So just hit it smooth. Oh, he caught it a little bit more of a drag draw, but
It
ends
worked.
up pretty nice because of that friendly bump off the 8. I don't like trying to hold for the 5 here. I think you just go up and down
Agreed.
because it's really touchy to hold.
Uh,
Yeah. I mean, he
I
kind of
know.
got onto the 5, but I
Yeah.
still don't like how close it is.
well, and if he would have hit it thinner to make it, he definitely would have been parallel with that 5.
Yeah, I think it may have. Yeah, exactly. It would have been more on top of it. So, I like a safety here. I mean, the cut is definitely there, but I kind of like just...
Rolling up behind the 8.
Whoop. I kind of like... Yeah, it was like that, yeah. I kind of like just rolling the 4 up towards the 6. Maybe even getting around the 6 of the 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then just leaving the cue ball down here. But she caught it too thin.
That was a tough one. Bridging over a ball with the bridge is definitely difficult.
Yeah, it's like one thing to be tree topped, but then tree topped with a bridge. I would just shoot left-handed and hope for the best.
Even that's hard, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
you never have a good opposite-handed bridge.
Gonna need a bump. He got it. Nice job.
All right, I think I'm playing, so I'm out.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so Mason is off to go play against either Dan or Greg. Can't tell. Score's not updated. Ooh, Jeremy with the rattler. The rattler. All right, pulling a little bit of bottom left here. Nice. Uh-oh. Kind of got away. Has just enough of the 6.
Here's a 1 point, so it's 5-4.
Oh,
Dan, it's 1 point away from being 6-4, but it's 5-4.
So yeah, Jeremy bumping a few balls here in this run out, and I think this time it may have potentially blocked him. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's just do a little zoom action here. Yeah, I think he's going to have to kick at it. But he did break out the jump cue, so he might be trying to jump over the 8. Which, given this angle, I'm not entirely sure I'm a huge fan of this jump. Only because the cue ball, if you're trying to make the 7, will kind of go towards the side pocket. But that becomes a moot point because it did not go over the 8. Kind of liked the kick better there, but it's okay. Trying out a jump shot, trying to get some practice in. Totally get it. So a little bit of a pinch drawback here, just so you have a better angle on the 9. You could roll forward, but okay. Proving me wrong, it's fine. She got the angle I was hoping for, and she got a little bit closer, so should work out. But again, the bridge coming into play here. Nice shot from Marissa. 2-2 race now. Let me know in the chat if you have any predictions on who will win this match and solidify their finals. This is a semifinals A-side match. Let me know who you've got. Pool Hub in the chat saying Marissa. So we've got 1 for Marissa so far. If you're enjoying the content and new to the channel, please hit the like and subscribe. Ring the bell as well to be notified when we go live. The next stream will actually be this Wednesday. It's a 10-ball match between Daniel Sardoncillo and Shuchang Chow. Daniel is an Ox-sponsored player here and a semi-professional player. His Fargo rating, I believe, is around 712, 715. And Shu Chang is a 660 player who's grown quite a bit in skill over the last year, year and a half. Yeah, should be a pretty good matchup. Daniel will be racing to 13. Shu Chang will be racing to 10. They are not going to be doing early 10 ball, so they have to run out the whole rack. Marissa looking pretty good here. James Borja in the chat saying, I don't see anyone beating Marissa. Yeah, I think you're right. She's taken down some pretty heavy hitters, but we shall see. This format with the handicap kind of gives anyone a chance. All right, so she came up on the wrong side of this 9, but the bank is in play. I think she was maybe wanting to get to the 9 of the top rail, perhaps. Not too sure. But small mistakes like this late in the match could turn the tide. Oh, Jeremy just not finding the thin edge he needed. So not capitalizing on Marissa's mistake. Giving her another opportunity to get onto the hill first. Really smooth shot, stayed down. All right, Marissa's to the hill first. Odds have now sprang up to 86.46% for her. It is rack number 8, so Jeremy will be breaking. Yeah, Pool Hub, I agree. I think it was just a little touchy to sort of judge the angle. It was pretty close to the 9. I think she may have wanted to maybe hit the cue ball with like 2 o'clock spin. That way the cue ball sort of comes down to the short rail and the 9 to the upper, but nonetheless, she capitalized on Jeremy's miss. It's now sitting on the hill. So Jeremy going for this center break again, trying to get that 9 ball moving. Almost in the side. But yeah, dry break. It's kind of an interesting layout. Don't really see this too often. Okay. Okay, that was incredible. And Marissa with the victory, 6-2 over Jeremy. Wow. That was pretty cool. Jeremy's at the booth laughing like, well, I mean, okay. And yeah, 6-2. So Marissa Dew guaranteed to be in the finals. Jeremy guaranteed third place. I believe this tournament with 13 players. I think Nico said he was going to pay out to 6th, so almost half the field gets paid out here tonight, which is pretty generous. So in the meantime, we only have 2 matches going at the moment. It's Mason Drury versus Dan McGuire and Brian McKellen versus Yi Du. So I will be back in just a moment. Y'all can enjoy Marissa shooting around the table. Yeah, stay tuned.
You're sitting for a while.
I know, but you should have done that from the start.
Well, when we had only 13 people.
You don't know how long tournaments take, dude. Like, it's such a waiting game half the time.
It's true.
Like, you're not gonna play the finals till midnight. You're not playing the finals until midnight at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going R4.
What's the? Hey, you made a ball.
You have to win 2 more matches and then you make it to the money.
All right, folks, we have moved a table 5 match over to table 1, and it just so happens to be tied 1-1. Mason Drury versus Dan McGuire. This is a B-side match, losers round 3. Because we're sort of encroaching on 10 p.m. here, every match after this will be a Fargo Hot R4. So basically reducing the race 2 by a couple racks, which should potentially speed up time, but who knows. Anyway, going to this one. Dan McGuire here on the 1 after Mason's dry break.
Besides Mason, everyone that's left in the tournament is someone that you beat.
Killing it. I just gotta get far enough to watch the people.
Actually, and Alexis.
Nice shot from Dan. Almost got the position he needed on the 2. Fortunately, he's going to have to... He's going to have to kick at this. But if he hits it right, he might actually be able to make the 6. Caught the underside of the 2, and he's actually going to make the 6. I didn't think he was going to make the 6 in the top right. Thought it was going to be the right side pocket, but, you know, it's the beauty of pool. Sometimes things happen the way you don't intend them to and can still work in your favor. Double kissed that one. So Mason may be able to combo the 2-7. 2-ball will be getting away. Oh, nice little carom try. Really nice shot from Dan. Escaped the scratch in the upper right corner. Looks like he's got a pretty good look on the 3 as well. A little window there between the 3 and the 7 to send the 3 up to the top left corner. The 4 may narrowly go by the 8 in the lower left. It's going to be pretty touchy. Going to have to find the narrow lane. It's a really nice attempt. It's a good two-way shot. I mean, I know he was going for the 4, but got his leave on the 5, so works out. Dan's probably going to be going for the bank here. I think the bank is in play here for Mason. Lower left corner from this screen. Interesting. I think he may have just, mishit. Oh, I see. He was actually trying to make the 7 with the cue ball. Interesting choice. Gonna get lucky here. Mason's gonna have to masse around the 8. And that would be a ball in hand. Yeah, 4 didn't quite get to the rail. Dan's looking pretty good here. Just needs to keep the cue ball on the lower half of the table to get a better position on the 8 from the 7. So yeah, this is pretty good. I would roll this up onto the rail just beyond the 7. Take the 8 in the right side pocket. Hit it a little too hard. He's going to have to settle for the longer shot, but still capable of getting in line for the 9. Gonna settle this up for Mason. Pretty perfect. Has enough angle to get back down for the 9, so he's gonna want to go 2 rails here. Put a little bit of spin on this to avoid that side pocket. Lands pretty great on the 9. All right, it's a 3-3 race now. Don't recall who broke last. But it looks like it's Dan's break. Oh, that's right. Mason broke dry. All right. I'm back in it, folks. All right, so just to give you a bracket update. Marissa Dew, guaranteed to be in the finals. Jeremy Dolash, guaranteed 3rd place. Alexis Aguirre is waiting for the winner of this match. And then Brian McKellen is waiting for the Alexis Aguirre TBD match. And then Jeremy Dolash is waiting for the Brian McKellen TBD match. So a few rounds behind here, which is why I think we're going to have to shorten the races after this one. Otherwise, we'd be here till probably 2 o'clock. Interesting opportunity here. He could try to reverse bank the 1 into the 9. And just take this right now. Opts for the safe. But the 1 is going to hang in the pocket. Jump opportunity here for Mason. Immediately comes to the table with the jump cue. I got under it a little too much. Ended up putting a little bit of draw on that jump. Not quite elevating cue ball enough. Pool hub, yeah. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Ain't no rest for the weary till we close our eyes for good. Nice control there from Dan. Looks like the 3's just past the point, so we can make it in the side pocket. Needs to hit this with a little bit of left spin just so the cue ball gets back out center table. But kind of looks like he's putting some bottom on it, so he may end up stunning a little more. Okay, opted to roll forward. It's not bad. It's looking pretty good here. I think he's trying to stop it, but I think I would actually roll forward into the rail and back out because there's enough angle there. Yeah, he did. Nice shot. Needs to make sure he gets the right angle so he has the 7 to the 8. Which he technically could be parallel with the 7. Fortunately misses that shot. Giving Mason an easier opportunity here to get that line. A little bit more of a back cut than he wanted, but you should be able to stun below the 8 ball. Opted to go forward. Flirted with that corner pocket a little bit, but he did get a pretty good position for the 8. Forcing Dan to come up with a big shot here. Tangent line takes this cue ball directly to the top right corner, so he's going to have to put bottom on it to avoid the scratch. Handled it well. All right, the 8-9 combo here. The old truffle cheese. Pretty long distance combo. This 9 rattles could be a little death knoll. Oh, goes for the Z bank.
Just going for that.
Okay, he wanted that corner, but yeah, he'll take it. Now he's not quite primed for the bank here. Maybe he'll hit it with like top left to sort of sharpen that bank angle, but it's still going to be pretty tricky. And he did. Wow, what a shot. Really nice out. So didn't really give himself the optimal leaves, but he figured it out. Way to go, Dan. Nice out.
Breaks are terrible now.
Really nice bank here from Dan. Yeah, Dan's definitely in the zone. Like the cut in the upper left. You may have to play short side on the 3. Yeah, so he eased off of his stroke there. I think he wanted to try and accept the long side of the 3, but it was going to be pretty difficult given the angle. I think stunning that out and just accepting that you're taking the 3 in the upper right corner may have been the way to go there. So Dan trying to work his way down table. Ends up missing the 3, so now Mason has a chance here to reverse bank and bring the cue ball down here. Even if he misses, it's pretty good. I think he's obscured just enough for the 3 to where Dan may have to go rail first. Almost 2 rails here. I think I would prefer trying to kick at the 3 underneath it or on top of it, or you know what I mean. The short rail. Yeah, like that. But unfortunately did not make contact. So I think I'd be playing this a little more parallel, just so you do get the angle that he was looking at. But decides to draw, which is fine. I probably would have rolled forward 2 rails, but dealer's choice. I do know that Mason prefers to draw over follow. But interestingly enough, he has kind of been playing some more follow shots this game, so maybe trying to work on that position play a little bit more. I think you play as a little bit of right follow. You can come down below the 6, and you might be able to make the 6 on the side or top left. It may go by the 8. Yeah, Pool Hub, that is a classic Dr. Dave quote. Draw for show, roll for dough. Absolutely. Mason successfully jumping over the ball and making legal contact. Another opportunity for Dan here to break out the 6. He plays with a touch of right. Didn't get the breakout, but he sure did get the lead for the 6 in the lower right, so Dan coming up with some good shots here and landing in some pretty good positions. I think he's trying to calculate how much of the 8 is going to be bumped following the 6. And I think the 8 may block the 7 unless that happens. All right, 2 railer here for Mason. Take the 7 in the same pocket. I think he just misjudged it. Caught it way too thick. All right, bank shot into the side where the rack is at. I like to play this bank with a little bit of follow. Kind of has to anyway since he's on the rail. Hit it pretty nice. Hit it pretty nice. Okay. Needs to be aware of the scratch here in the side pocket. If he plays with follow, as long as he doesn't hit the follow super hard and allows it to catch, he should be able to avoid the side pocket scratch. Instead, he's going to try to draw below it. This is a little dangerous. Went for the bank. Holy smokes. This guy is absolutely crushing the banks in this match. Sheesh. All right, opportunity for Mason here. It's makeable on the side. Cut is a little tight, but just make sure you hit this pure. Yeah, it was tough. Oh no, no.
You got it.
The rattle.
Do that on stream.
I think Dan technically conceded it, but Mason's going to shoot it anyhow. So, got a 2-2 race here, folks. It's pretty close. Coming down to the wire.
I thought it was. Actually, now I'm not sure. I think it's yours.
I think it's mine too.
Upcoming opponent is Alexis Aguirre. Alexis has run this tournament. He beat Kyle Leck in round 1, 5-3. Then he actually knocked the highest ranked Fargo player, Rory De Leon, into the B side, beating Rory 3-2. Then Alexis faced Jeremy Dolash and took the clean sheet of 0-4, sending him to the B side. So Alexis is awaiting the winner of this game. Currently a 2-2 race. Dan McGuire to break. Good break here from Dan. 6-9 gets a little bit tied up, but has a clear shot on the 1. Mason playing doctor on the rack. Surgically removed magic rack from the table. Okay, looks like the 6 goes by the 9 in the lower right corner. Pretty decent contact. Does open the ball for the right corner though. Nice shot. Kind of like stop shot and send the 3 to the top rail. In line with the 5 if you can manage it. So it's sort of a soft stop shot here. This one's going to come all the way back around. Probably give Mason piece of a look. Now this one you just need to bank the 3 above the 6-9 and bring the cue ball below. But he looks like he's banking it rather hard. But still successful. So I think Mason sort of using the safes to his advantage, knowing that Dan does not jump or is not able to at his current level. A little bit of a pinch draw here. Yep, that's the line he needs. Needs to be sure that he can get on the left side of the 6. So, kind of want to slow roll this one. Maybe like medium roll. Just make sure it drops. Ruh-roh. I've seen Dan in this position before, and he drew at the ball pretty hard out of the pocket, so I suspect it'll be a similar approach here. Navigated it well. Yeah, it doesn't really need to do much here. Just hit this. You can probably just hit it middle ball, honestly. Still manufacture the angle he needs for the 6. Struck it a little hard. And now has a little bit of a YOLO shot here. 6-9 combo. Can get this moving if he chooses. Otherwise, I'd actually, I think I'd try to play the safe the other way around. Hitting it thin on the left side of the 6. Yeah, just like that. Then you bring the cue ball down below the 9. The 9 will separate just a little bit. But if you hit this smooth enough and just thin enough, you should be able to get this cue on the bottom rail. Or just off of the 9 to make it. That was creative. That was a brilliant shot. Dan McGuire really pulling out all the tricks in the book for this match. They rolled just enough to give Mason a look on the cut here. So yeah, all Mason has to do, make the 7. naturally come out middle table. Just needs to make sure he doesn't overjuice it. Yeah, he pointed pretty much where the cue ball was going to go, so judged it really well. All right, so Mason, first one to the hill here. Currently leading 4-2, has an 84.46% chance of winning this match. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh, he's going to get a cheese 9. Oh, my God. He got a cheese 9 for the win. Accidental blue cheese. Mason takes the victory over Dan McGuire.
I was playing so bad earlier, and then I feel like I hit a gear for a little bit.
You were seeing him, dude. Like, you, like the one where you hit it here to make it keep. That was such a good shot. You were hitting really good.
So it'll be Alexis Aguirre versus Mason Drury. We will be back in just a moment. Stay tight. Thank y'all for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
You're playing Alexis, and we're playing a whole nother match before anyone else plays? Yeah. Cool. Let's play last. Dude, we're gonna be here forever. I see it in your eyes. You don't want to play. I want to go to bed. Yeah. Yeah. It's even, right? Yeah. 4-4. Race to 4, guys.
All right, folks. We're back. Real quick. So we are changing the Fargo race now. Instead of it being an R5, it's an R4, which makes this match a 4-4 race instead of a 5-5. Just to try to speed things up here a little bit, as it is 10:40. So yeah, these players are only 20 points apart. So 4-4 race here.
Whoever ends up making it to the finals finds the splitting with Marissa.
Only if she spots me 10.
Alright, is that a yes?
Yay!
I think due to time, there's some talk in the room about whoever is going to be challenging Marissa. They will just be splitting first, second, which I think is pretty acceptable at this point, considering there's 3 more matches that we need to do on the B side. So we'll stick with you all till then. So break off here.
Alright. Danny Sharp. No, now it's 1. Now it's 1. Yeah, you play the winner of Alexis and me. And it's going to be a race to 1. No. We're going 1 table at a time at this point. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a second chance tournament.
All right, Alexis Aguirre at the table here. Going to take on this one in the right side pocket. Narrowly misses that. I think Mason will be able to cut this one to the right side. Oh, maybe not.
Yes! It's going faster!
1-9 combo. Mason said, yes, let's go faster. So, all right.
First is 275, second is 150. Oh, you're right, you're right.
He's a barista, not a mathematician.
There we go. 212. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay,
God, my brakes suck right now.
Almost catches the one in the side pocket. However, does not make the wing ball. So dry break here from Mason. Alexis attempted the safe, but ends up with a double kiss. Looks like Mason is playing a little bit faster to help encourage the the speed of this tournament. It's pretty funny. Ends up undercutting the 2. I think Alexis also shooting a little quick just to get the ball rolling. Draws with bottom left to come 2 rails back for the 4. Needs to find the window between the 7 and the 6. I think he ended up hitting that with some spin instead of bottom. Cue ball his cue stick may have lifted up a little bit higher when he struck. That was a really nice shot. use the point to slow the cue ball down and avoid the scratch, while also giving himself position, so well executed. Really nice breakout here from Alexis. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Really nice hit. Alexis has really good cue ball control. It's actually the first time I've seen him shoot. So it's always nice to watch a player that I'm not super familiar with. Kind of navigate the way they think about their shot selection and cue ball control. Which path to take. It's always kind of fun. So just overcooked it a little bit, but still got a pretty good angle. You may possibly run into the 9. She did. Now is going to have to accept the bank. Again, this is one of those banks you roll forward with, just so you do get a better position for the 9. No. So when you draw, you're going to shorten the angle. And he shortened it by a lot. Got the position he wanted, though, so he was thinking about the leave correctly. Just sort of the way to get there. If he wanted to do that, he needed to actually widen where he hit the 8 on the rail. Because when you bank a draw, or draw with bank, either or, I don't know what the correct phrasing is, but when you hit a bank with draw, it sharpens the angle. All right, just play this one forward. A little bit of left. Caught it too thick. Gonna leave a hanger here. All right, natural cue ball path will take you above the 9. Doesn't need to do anything special here. Yep. All right, 1-1. Alright, so Mason overcooked his leave on the 2, so I had to settle with a safe. Alexis answers with a safe, but I think the 2 is sticking out just a little bit. Mason may be able to cut. No. He's kind of looking at it like you can make the 2 on the side. Maybe able to squeeze the 2 by the 6. And I opted to try to combo it, but I feel that happens very often where, I mean, it happens to me. You kind of overjudge the cut when you're comboing a long shot like that. Mason trying to bring the cue ball back around to possibly break that up, but he's going to have to break it up now. A little bit of a hit and hope type safe here, and yeah, that was very much a hit and hope, and he got it. Oof. Barely misses the 3. I think he's taking this in the side because he did not want to stretch out for it, which I think is fine. He wants to roll forward. Oh no. It's a $461 BIMS. Bumped into the 5 just a little bit. If he wants to be aggressive here, he could try to bank the 4 in the side pocket. But I sense that is not his speed. Mason's going to go for the jump. Yeah, I like the way that Alexis plays. He's got a good read on the table, and his shot selection and choices have been good. So, yeah, 481 player. Could definitely see him moving up closer to 500 if he keeps at it. Going for that combo again, which he second time. So let's see if Mason sees the line, which he did not. One was way too wide left and there was too wide right, so now you've got a sitting duck. A little tricky to get on the 5, but he navigated it really, really well. We have to add that shot to my repertoire. Uh-oh. Yeah. Needed either a little bit of right or a little bit of left to navigate around that bump, or to at least offset it so it wasn't completely parallel. So this jump is a little awkward. It's pretty far out on the table. think he's trying to dart. Do a dart method. He successfully jumped over. However, no contact. Ball in hand for Mason. Yeah, nice try there from Alexis. It was a really difficult slice. Ended up getting very good position on the 8. I think Mason tried to draw that back a lot further, but since he fell in between positions, he's going to have to roll this one up. Come back across table for the 9. Handled it well. It's a little, well, 50-50, but it's makeable. It's going to lean out over the table a little bit. Yeah, nice shot. As long as it stays up, which it will. All right, 2-1. Rack number 4. Believe it's Mason's break. All right, so I think Mason has a piece of this one. No. Okay, he's pushing. Maybe took the 6 off the table because the 5 to the 7, but I don't know. I think I would have just tied up the 7-4. Because, yeah, giving an open shot to Alexis. Now, he wants to be down table, so he's going to hit this with some good follow. Guess maybe he would have accepted a safety or a 4-7 combo. But, yeah, this is where you need to be for the 4. And then you can either run into the 7 here, or get around it. It's a good idea to come above the 7 here. Just needs to do a follow. Should be pretty good for the 9. Okay, and Mason is on the hill. Alexis will be breaking off.
What was it? I think that's it.
Zach, 3-1, right?
It's 3-1.
Oh, okay. I moved. We both moved 1 quarter. Sorry.
Hey, Blair in the chat. Yeah, Mason's on the hill, so he's got a pretty good chance of guaranteeing himself at least 4th place, which Nico has stated that they're paying out to 4th place. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure 1st and 2nd are guaranteed splitting. But, yeah, the quest continues to see who ends up 3rd and 4th. So Alexis breaking a little bit more middle table here. Got that 9 ball moving. Makes the 3 in the side. 4 in the lower corner. Maybe be able to swing position here off of the 1. Take the 2 in the same pocket. Oh, Blair and San Jose. San Jose, gonna go to a Sharks game? Is it hockey season? I don't even know. I mean, I don't know what sports is it. Is it hockey? Let me look. Oh, yeah. Nope, preseason starts late September, so it's the only sports team I know that's in San Jose. They have a really cool logo. Yeah, not even close. Yeah, I know baseball's still going. My teams are the Mariners and the Dodgers. Probably get some hate on the last one, but you know, family team. Yeah, I know the NFL just started. I think the first games were this last week. Okay, yeah. I like the attempt. I think it was like kind of a safe attempt, but also a look at just kind of cheesing the 9, the carom. I think Mason will take the 2 in the side pocket here with a little bit of follow. Yeah. Well, This might be interesting. Has a thin look on the 2. Don't think he can make it in the lower left, but try to catch a safe. Need a little more pep. Okay, I don't see any problems here as long as he can get the 6 to the 7. He's in the pocket line for the 6, which is nice. So yeah, I think Mason should be out from here. Kind of going away from the 8 to take it in the side. Yeah, he really was trying to hold that angle. Overthinking the position just a little bit. I mean, Alexis definitely got to where he wanted to be. No, Mason's going to try to stretch out and jump here. This will be pretty crafty. Oh, ho, ho, ho. What a shot. Avoids a scratch. Boy, is this a long one, though. So I think the 8 barely goes by the 9. Like, 8 is going to have to whisper by that 9. Or you just go for the combo, which I think was an okay choice, given the scenario. All right, a lot of real estate here for Alexis. Handled it well, staying in the match at 3-2. I believe this is rack number 6, so it's Mason's break. So I believe word on the street here is after this match, there will be one more. And then they're going to split 3rd and 2nd, maybe? Or 3rd and 4th. Well, I mean, the next match that plays, whoever loses is 4th. So then you're kind of determining the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. I mean, Marissa is on the A side, so Marissa should, let's see, have the advantage for at least 1st. And I guess Jeremy technically went the 2nd furthest. So, I don't know. Figure that all out soon. But for now, Mason going at this rack. Pretty friendly roll there. I think you can bank this into the... No, he pulled a move that I would normally do. The old separation safe. So Mason's going to jump a third or a little quarter of a ball here. Well done. Use the bridge, which is not anyone's favorite thing to use. Overdrew. Really nice shot. Ends up behind the 7. Yeah, I think he ended up hitting it with like a little bit of swerve. So didn't quite strike the jump as straight as he wanted to. He almost hit it with like a little bit of bottom left. All right, 5 goes by the 9 in the upper left corner. So opportunity here for Alexis to tie this game up and make it hill-hill. Not the easiest lead for the 7 if you're taking the 5 in the upper left corner here. Because you don't want to draw into the side pocket. I really don't think you should draw here. Oh my gosh. This is the second time that Mason has fluked a 9 to victory, which is kind of hilarious, but also oh, that's funny.
All right, Brian, let's play lefty.
All right, give me a second here to set up. It's gonna be Brian McKellen versus Mason. Let me just reset the score real quick.
So there can't get worse. That is you. You have been playing for a while.
All right, folks. Zach is back in the booth. Brian getting ball in hand here. They're exactly 80 points away, so this makes it a 3-4 race in the R4 hot Fargo race. Brian cleaning up quickly here. First point on the hill. First point of the match to Brian. Making this a 3-3 race. That's a pretty wild break. I don't think I've seen. I don't think I've really ever seen this before, where the object ball you need to hit is almost frozen to the cue in the corner. I would just call push here, just in case you foul. Yeah. But I think it's getting late and everyone's just kind of on kind of on just shoot mode, and the strategery is waning, which is totally fine because I've been in this booth for 5 straight hours, so I know what it feels like. All right, 3-9 combo here for Mason. A little baby bell cheese, as I like to call this one. Boop, boop. There it is. Early rack. Mason on the board. Mason to break. 1-1 game. I'm sorry y'all will not be able to get a finals match in here, but in our hearts, I think, Marissa was undefeated, so technically that is first. Not to say that Marissa is incapable of losing, but just the matches we saw today, she was shooting very well and well-deserved numero uno spot. All right, hits this break with a little spin, a little disco action there. I think when Mason thins this 2, he may be bumping the 9. Unless he plays safe, which is smart. Brian can jump this. Maybe not, just opts for a kick instead. I think I would try to send the cue ball below the 6 here. It's not bad. It's actually a really good attempt. Got some distance. 7's covering the path to the 4. So Brian will have to kick at this. Makes good contact, however. Really good save here. Mason gets the extra coverage with the bump off of the 9. Brian looking for the path to kick here. Yeah, might be able to go kind of a swerve Z here. A little too much swerve. Okay, how is he going to manufacture the angle to get on the 6? It's maybe one where he just hits really thin. Or that.
There's that, I guess.
That's a pretty good miss. Brian still has the angle to make the 7 and get position for the 8, but not the easiest. Took a weird route, but does have angle for the 8 in the upper left corner. So I think you want to come 2 rails, maybe even 3, just kind of wrap this cue almost around the world. Yeah, just like that. Unless the 8 ball hangs in the pocket. Jeez. So you basically want to strike the ball and the point almost simultaneously here. Oh, he's actually looking to go rail first to the left. I think that's okay. Problem is, if you do that, moving away from the 9, I like this better. If you make... Unless you don't make contact, then I don't like it better, but... Yeah, I think he was worried about not getting a good leave on the 9 if he went on the left side. Brian just needs to draw this out of the pocket a little bit. Almost missed, but caught the rail with good speed. It's now 2-2 race. Brian will be braking here. Switch the music up a little bit here because, well, we're kind of limited. We have to have DMCA free music, and choices on Amazon Music are not very extensive, so it's kind of just a lot of lo-fi hip-hop style beats, which can be a little sleepy. So try to find something a little more tempo. All right, so Mason ball in hand here. Nice shot. Hit this with follow. Get above the 7 for the same pocket. Just hit it smooth, not hard. No. Try to stop shot. Stop shot from that distance is pretty tough. Cue ball tends to slide a little bit. Almost a great bank from Brian.
Close to a nice shot. I'll take it.
Yeah, just hit this with follow. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. I think I think everyone's just maybe losing the mojo just a little bit. Mason gonna go for the reverse bank here. Got really good position for the 8. But now Brian's going to be taking advantage of the miss here. I think I scored this wrong. I think Mason has 2. Am I tripping? Gosh, you guys, I'm sorry. No, Brian made the 9 ball. Okay, God. Holy smokes. All right. Mason makes this. It's 2-2. Mason first to the hill. Brian needs 2. We're all squared away now. Mason to break off. Rack number 5. On the hill. Will we see the first 9-ball snap? Will we see the first break and run? Well, unless he miraculously makes this 1, we will not be seeing a break and run. Which it is makeable, the reverse bank. You might actually get pretty decent position on the 2. Yeah, he rifled it. And scratched. I think the vibe might be to just go for everything. Yeah, just draw this back and go for the 4-9 combo. It's kind of deja vu. I think Mason had this exact 4-9. Yep. All right. Hill, hill.
But I didn't get anything on the 2. Means it's me, right?
Yep.
Hill, hill. All right, good luck. Nobody's Fargo moves.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said nobody's Fargo moves. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, pool hub. This could be the break and run time. Brian's definitely capable of it. He is gonna have to get out of this, which is gonna be a little tricky. Yeah, it looks like he hit the 6 first. Looks like Mason's actually going to go for the 3 foul here. I don't know. The 2-4-6-7 is actually a pretty straightforward run. Hey, Shu Chang. Yeah. Kind of like when I skimmed the 6. I mean, I almost thought he hit the 1 and then it popped out, but... Alright, so... Mason getting ball in hand. Brian is on 2 fouls. I think Mason's trying to figure out if he can successfully pull off a 3 foul here. Yeah, he almost was able to freeze that Q to the 9, but yeah, it was a really good job getting that 2 up. Now this, he's going to try to freeze the Q to the 4 while sending the 2 below the 7-8, so this is pretty tricky. He just hit a rail, and he hit the rail. Okay. Okay. Moment of truth. Will Mason win this match with a 3 foul? He's won the last 2 matches with a fluke 9. So let's see. Brian can make contact here. Which he does. It's a success. He escapes the 3 foul jail.
I was going to be sad if it went in the corner. You got the hit, but not the...
Oof. It's actually going to be pretty good for Mason, though. Brian staying alive. Opened up the 6 just enough for the 2 to go by, so chance for Mason to run out here. Needs to give himself a little bit of an angle off of this for the 6. Should be good enough. Play this with a little bit of follow right to get that pocket line for the 7. Yeah, didn't quite hit enough right on it, but still pretty good. Should be able to swing around to take the 8 in the lower right corner. Yeah, hit it real nice. Okay, now I think I accept taking the 9 ball in the lower right, so just playing follow a little bit shorter leave, just like this, but he needs to get around. Oh no. We got drama. We've got drama. The tangent line goes towards the side pocket. So you may need to throw this with a little bit of left to get above the side pocket. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, had to go for it. Unfortunate the way the 9 ball rolled out, but Brian, opportunity here. Oh no. Rattled and scratch. Oh no. Well, Mason's run has come to an end. Brian taking this match down 4-2. So, be right back. See what happens here in just a moment. We might be over, we might not be. I'll be right back.
I'm just fucking with you guys. You're good. You're totally good. What do I get, Nico?
You get 100.
Hell yeah, doubled my money.
Yeah. Alright, cool. You both get 168.75. All done. I'm down for a trick shot. Those two are like, so he gets 100, they both get 168.75. You didn't report this match yet, did you? does make sense. I did the math. Everything makes sense.
Yeah, dude, I'm too tired of like doing the math right
I
now.
don't like,
I know.
because you took what should have been all first place.
So we have
You have,
212,
you
15
have,
Exactly.
plus.
And
you're
so,
having that half.
exactly.
That's exactly.
Well, so,
What was
I
third?
know. So look,
What
so
was
look.
third?
Third is going to be 125.
So 125. So we're
So 212.50
Yeah, so we're 3.
plus 125 divided by 2. You both get 168.75.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I said.
Profit.
I was playing completely delirious there. That was.
Well, I could tell this game you were just like, I'm just gonna shoot as quick as fucking possible.
You were in a reasonable rhythm for a while there, so
Yeah.
I could keep going, but I'm not too upset. I mean, what were the races?
All right, folks, they've all decided to split second and third, so this will be the end of the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Had a great time. Hit that like, hit the subscribe, ring the bell as well to be notified when we go live. The next match will be this Wednesday. It'll be Shu Chang Chow versus Daniel Sardoncillo. They're both playing 10 ball. Should be a pretty awesome match. Both these guys really great players. So, yeah, tune in for that. And we will see you all then. Take care. Have a good night.
I wanted the 2 to hit the gap there, and it would have been behind them instead of like open.
It would have been 125 as loser, 212 for the winner.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised you didn't go for the just the run.
I
$40 more
should have, probably, but I mean, you saw my run out there. I fucked up on the 9.